Good morning, Sarah. Good morning, Danielle.
Good morning, Manny. How are you?
I'm here.
I was just testing out.
Good morning, Danielle. Good morning, Manny.
Good morning, Kevin.
Good morning.
Good morning. How are you, Danielle?
Oh, I'm so good, Kevin. How are you?
I'm good too. I'm a little nervous because I have to testify, and so I always get nervous.
But you're not in person. I'm just kidding.
I know. Thank God for that. I was just to go buy a new outfit and the whole thing.
Oh, yeah, it will be good.
I wasn't supposed to wear a suit.
Did you wear a suit, Manny?
Yeah, but you can't see it.
Oh, you guys are going to put your video on. Uh-oh. It will be good. I'm glad to hear you guys are doing good.
I don't even know anybody anymore. Feel like Howard Hughes.
Yeah, very reclusive.
Yep.
Well, pretty soon, hopefully, we could see everybody in person.
No, I hope not.
No.
I have to go have lunch with you, but that's not time to go back. I really enjoy this.
Yes. Well, it's good to hear from you, Kevin.
Oh, you too,
And
Danielle.
Manny.
You too.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Morning.
Sarah, did John get a hold of you that he has an introduction to make today? Sarah looks like she's there, but she's not really there.
Yes, I tried talking to her earlier. I think she might be on a phone call or something.
Okay, that's fine.
But I'll ask her.
Yeah,
I'll
my
ask
guess,
her.
my guess is John Reynolds followed up with her, but he's got a new staff member he wants to introduce today.
Oh, okay.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
Morning, Sarah.
Good morning, Wayne.
Good morning, all.
Morning,
Good
Mr.
morning, Commissioner.
morning, Wayne. I got your message.
I'm sorry.
Good morning.
Good morning. Oh, you got my message. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioner.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioner.
Morning.
Okay, we're at 9:30. Commissioner Vicente Aguilar, are you with us?
Good morning. Yes, I'm on the phone.
Good morning, terrific. So let's, Isaac, can you get or Sarah, can you get the agenda up on the screen? Thank you. So calling the meeting to order, Mike, would you please take the roll?
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar,
Here.
Commissioner Maestas,
I'm here.
Commissioner Hall,
I'm here.
Commissioner Byrd,
Present.
Commissioner Fishman.
Here.
Commissioner, we have a quorum, 5 commissioners present.
And on to the pledge. Isaac, are you on? Isaac?
Oh, sorry, I was in the middle of something.
No, it's okay. I was going to ask you to lead us in the pledge.
Alrighty, I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I salute the flag of the state of New Mexico, the Zia symbol of perfect friendship among united cultures.
Well done. I've been meaning to have you do that for a while. Consideration and approval of the agenda.
So moved.
Second.
Mike, go ahead.
Commissioner Maestas,
Aye.
Commissioner Byrd,
Aye.
Commissioner Hall,
Aye.
Commissioner Fishman,
Aye.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
Aye.
The agenda is approved by a vote of 5-0.
Okay, we're on to item 4, public hearing, docket 21, quadruple lot 1, TREN, and it's the matter of the revocation of operating authorities for failure to comply with financial responsibility requirements. Then this is the Transportation Division. Brad and Fidel, please take it away.
This is Elizabeth Jeffries. I'm going to be presenting on behalf of Brad, but I think, go ahead.
Yes, Commissioner Fishman, Isaac would like to make a statement about the fact that we are recording this public hearing and it's not being transcribed manually. It will be an audio transcription. And Isaac, do you have anything to add?
Yeah, so I'll just read the statement. So this is an audio transcript of a hearing in New Mexico Public Regulation Commission docket number 21-00001-TR-EN in the matter of the revocation of operating authorities for failure to comply with financial responsibility requirements. Today is June 23rd, 2021. The time is 9:34 a.m. For the record, this transcript is being made by Isaac Sullivan Leshin. I am a paralegal in the Public Regulation Commission's Office of General Counsel, and as a notary public, I am a person authorized to administer oaths. We are now on the record.
And with that, we can proceed. There's also been Ms. Cedillo from Cronus, I believe it's trucking, would like to testify. And I'm asking staff if they would allow her to be sworn in and make a statement at this time.
Yeah, no objection.
Ms. Cedillo, are you there?
Yes, I am here.
Okay, can you raise your right hand for me? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
All right. You may proceed. Go ahead
Okay.
and just tell us what you're here for.
Well, I have a, let me give you the number that I have. The case number that I have is 21-00001-TREN. We have Cronus Trucking LLC. We started the company in February 2020, but we start working only on September 3rd. We only work for 3 months. We stopped on November 9th. We got COVID, so we stopped we got sick, I'm sorry. And we stopped the truck. And since then we haven't worked anymore. That's the reason we didn't keep paying for the insurance because we stopped the truck. We parked the truck. And I would like to ask if it's possible to suspend the PRC number and in the future to get it back if it's possible.
Thank you, Ms. Cedillo. Are you asking for a COVID-19 suspension, which is something that the Transportation Division has been doing? Are you familiar with that?
No.
Well, then I would ask that staff take this as a request for that and explain to Ms. Cedillo what that is.
So can I go ahead and explain a little bit?
Well,
or you want to do this off the record?
No, I would like, when staff presents, I would like staff to, Ms. Kevin Bebahorke to explain what remedies are available to Ms. Cedillo.
Okay.
Okay, good morning, Ms. Cedillo. My name is Kevin Bebahorquez, and I work with the Transportation Division, and I process insurance. And I am familiar, of course, with the Form Es and the Form Ks. And during COVID, which was a very hard time for all of us, and in some cases, a lot of our motor carriers. So what was being offered is it was a verbal voluntary suspension. So what I have been told, it was through my bureau chief, Fidel Archuleta. What we do is we place motor carriers that request this on a voluntary suspension, and it's the COVID voluntary suspension. So as soon as the governor rescinds the order, which I believe is July 1st, you will have 45 days in which to get your Form E over to us to get your financial responsibility. Is that going to work?
Yes.
Okay, so we can place you on that voluntary suspension, and then 45 days later, of course, we'll be sending out a notice, and that hopefully will give you enough time to get your insurance over to us.
Okay.
Okay,
Yes.
so at this point, you will be placed on a compliance list because you have asked that we extend this a little bit for you.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
I believe that is all of your testimony, Ms. Cedillo.
Yes.
And just to reiterate, are you asking to be placed on this voluntary suspension list due to COVID?
Yes.
And you understand that 45 days after the end of the state of emergency, you will have to come into compliance with the financial responsibility requirements?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I have no further questions. I thank you, staff, for allowing Ms. Cedillo to testify now. And I think we can proceed with the rest of the hearing, which would be staff presenting a list of the names of the people and the businesses on the caption that you are intending to revoke due to lack of financial responsibility. So staff can proceed.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So this is Elizabeth Jeffries, and I'm here to represent the Transportation Division. The Transportation Division has sent several notices to various motor carriers in an attempt to help them to reach compliance with the financial responsibility requirements at 65-2A-18 in statute. And a failure to reach that financial responsibility by showing proof of that can result in revocation by the commission. And that's at section 65-2A-27, both A and C. So we're here with a list of motor carriers. And since we started this process, several of them have come into compliance, either by requesting voluntary suspension or cancellation or by actually showing proof of financial responsibility. So in the testimony, you'll see two attachments. Attachment A shows those motor carriers that have come into compliance, and attachment B, which shows those for which the Transportation Division is now asking for revocation of their authority, with the exception of what we just saw, the Kronos. And I have with me today, Kevin Bay Bojorquez. I hope I said that right.
You did.
Okay, hey.
Good morning.
We would like Ms. Bejorquez to be sworn in.
Could you please raise your right hand? We can't see you, so I'll just take your word for it.
Yes.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
She is sworn in.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Bejorquez, by whom are you employed and in what capacity?
The New Mexico Public Regulation Commission, Transportation Division, a business operations specialist.
That's your title?
Yes.
Okay. As part of your duties in that position, did you review the notices and forms for each of the motor carriers at issue in this case?
Yes.
Based upon that review, did you prepare or participate in preparing the testimony and related attachments regarding the issues concerning these motor carriers?
Yes.
Before you should have a document marked as Staff Exhibit 1. Do you have that?
Yes.
Can you identify the document by title?
The notice of compliance.
Are you referring to the attachment A there?
Oh, attachment A, yes.
And do you want to go ahead and give the title of attachment B?
Attachment B is the notice of non-compliance.
And is the exhibit 1, do you see that, the whole document?
Yes,
includes
yes, I do.
Attachments and the title of that, please?
Yes, the title of that is the, wait, I got my notes so confused here.
Is it the prepared direct testimony? Do you see that?
Look here, yes, it is. Yes, the prepared direct testimony
Of,
Kevin Bejorquez.
and that's you, right?
That is me, yes.
Okay. Was the exhibit, including the attachments, attachment A and attachment B, prepared by you or under your supervision?
No, however, I am familiar with all these documents. The documents were sent to each motor carrier that had a Form E, liability insurance on file that was canceled by a Form K, cancellation, and that did not file a new Form E with the Transportation Division. Both documents were sent to each motor carrier and the motor carrier's designated agent.
And is the Staff Exhibit 1, is that actually your testimony today?
Yes.
Do you have any changes or corrections to that testimony?
Only Kronos, which we have addressed.
And that currently is on, the exhibits are presented, is that currently on attachment B?
No, on attachment B, yes, I'm sorry. Yes, it is.
Okay. So your correction would be what?
My correction would be to move Kronos Trucking LLC to attachment A.
Okay. If I were to ask you today the same questions that are set forth in Staff Exhibit 1, would your answers be the same as you have just corrected them?
Yes.
Are your answers true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
I move for the admission of Staff Exhibit 1 into the record. Because there's nobody here to object, so. Okay, I think we're done unless there are questions by the commissioners or.
Were you going to read into the record the list of names of that are listed on the caption that will be revoked by this order?
So I could do that. I know that was done traditionally, but because everything's online and it can be put up, perhaps we could just put it up. That would be the attachment B, rather than everyone listen to me read.
I think that would work. Can we do that through a screen? And then it would be
Yeah,
recorded?
give me just one moment.
Okay, sorry, Isaac.
No problem. Okay, so I guess we will just slowly scroll through this so everyone can see.
So the names are underneath the column that's titled motor carrier name, and then there's also an agent name on the far right.
This is the one that will be removed from this exhibit and moved to Exhibit A since they are now considered to be in compliance.
Yes, thank you.
That is the last of the list.
Okay, the list is also posted on the website in the records link.
And staff's Exhibit 1 will be included with the transcript from this hearing.
Thank you. At this point in time, are there any commissioner questions?
I have a comment.
Commissioner Byrd.
Thank you. I just wanted to, probably 90% of those companies are in the southeast side of the state. We can see the damage being done to our economy with that many companies going out of business in about a 3-county area.
Thank you, Commissioner Byrd. Are there any other commissioner comments?
Not for me, thank you.
With that, I would conclude the public hearing.
Judy?
Yes.
This is Michael Smith.
Yes.
I just wanted to confirm, I don't know if I missed it, but that was the exhibit admitted in evidence.
Yes, that was. That was attachment B, admitted into evidence by Kevin Beba-Jorge, and that was the list of motor carriers who were non-compliant as of this date, excluding Ms. Cedillo and Cronus Trucking.
I understand that it was moved into evidence, but was it admitted into evidence by the commission? Commissioner Fishman would be the one as the chair to admit it into evidence.
I move to admit it into evidence.
Commissioner Fishman, you would actually be issuing the ruling that would admit it into evidence.
Oh, boy. I don't
Just
know if I
need to
can
move
handle
out of
that
the sentence.
authority. I issue the ruling to put that into evidence.
I just wanted to be sure who was the presiding officer here. So
Yes, this is a hearing before the full commission.
Correct. So the
Okay.
chairman would be the one who would admit it into evidence.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
And I will just say for the record, the hearing is concluded at 9:52 a.m.
Thank you, Isaac.
Thank you.
Okay, let's get our agenda back up here. Hello.
I gotta call you back.
I've gotten lazy and stopped printing the agendas, so I'm lost when it's not up on the screen. Thank you, Sarah. Introduction of special guests.
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, I believe John Reynolds had somebody to introduce.
Yes, thank you, Sarah. Good morning, Mr. Chair, and good morning, Commissioners. I'd like to introduce to the Commission formally today our newest addition to Utility Division staff, specifically the Accounting Bureau. Naomi Velasquez has joined the Accounting Bureau about a month ago. She comes to us from General Services Department and the Administrative Services Division, where she worked in the General Ledger section for 3 years. She started out as an accountant auditor, was later promoted to financial coordinator. She has managed fixed assets for GSD, which includes land, buildings, vehicles, equipment, et cetera. And she had managed fixed asset costs and depreciation related matters. Prior to that, she worked for 7 years with the New Mexico Board of Engineers and Surveyors. So we are very happy to have Naomi on board at the Accounting Bureau, which has been quite significantly stretched in recent months, and especially recently with the Texas weather event, purchase gas costs cases, and FPP CAC for electric utilities. So in any case, welcome, Naomi. Glad to have you on board. And Commissioner, she is on the Zoom for anybody. So thank you very much.
Thank you, John. And it's nice to meet everybody and be on board of PRC. I've heard really good things about you guys. So I'm here and I'm ready to learn. I know there's like so much information. I come from GSD, so it's a really big agency where it's like a blanket of state government. So I'm really familiar with governmental accounting. And Gabriella has been really, really great. All the staff has been great. So thank you guys for welcoming me.
Great to have you on board. We're glad to have you here.
Thank you.
Welcome aboard, Naomi.
Thank you.
So tell us exactly what you heard. Can you give us some details?
Yeah, we want to hear that too.
No, I just heard it's a really great agency. You just kind of know when you work in state government so long, you know where the really good agencies are. So I just heard everybody's really nice. Everyone's willing to help. And so far, everyone has really been helpful and said, hey, if you need anything, let me know. And I know due to COVID, it's really hard because trading isn't the same how it used to be. But everyone's been really helpful. So, and everyone's been nice. And that's the most important thing to me. So
look forward to working with you.
Thank you, guys.
Yep. Welcome to our family, Naomi.
Thank you.
Does he need a?
Okay, thank you, John.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, there are no public comments today.
Thank you, Sarah. On to consideration and approval of prior meeting minutes.
So moved.
Second.
Mike, go ahead and take the roll.
Commissioner Hall.
Aye.
Commissioner Byrd.
Aye.
Commissioner Maestas.
Aye.
Commissioner Fishman,
Aye.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
Aye.
Commissioners, the open meeting minutes for June 2nd, 2021 are approved by a vote of 5-0.
Excuse me there. We're on to consent action items.
So moved.
Commissioner Fishman, I would like the revocation 21-0001 TRN to be moved off of consent so that we can have a vote on the order without Cronus listed,
Right.
because it's listed on the consent agenda. And I think that would be the best way to handle it, to move it off. So somebody would need to make a motion.
Right.
I move to, Mr. Chair, I move to move the case number 21-00001 off the consent agenda onto the regular agenda.
Okay, and I'll second. And Mike, please take the roll.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
Aye.
Commissioner Hall.
Aye.
Commissioner Fishman.
Aye.
Commissioner Byrd.
Aye.
Commissioner Maestas.
Aye.
The motion to remove 21 quadruple 01 is approved by a vote of 5-0.
Okay. And we have a motion still to approve the consent action items. Mike, I guess we can read the items and take the roll.
Did we have a second for that?
Now you do.
Okay. The consent action items are case 21-00105 PL in the matter of the approval of pipeline safety fees for fiscal year 2022. This is a potential order regarding pipeline safety fees for fiscal year 2022. Case 21 sorry, I thought the numbering was off. 21-00158 UT in the matter of an investigation into the viability of public service company.
Mr. Chair, didn't we just have that removed from consent?
No, it was case 21-00001.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I guess I wasn't listening carefully enough. Sorry, go ahead.
Resuming, it was case 21-00158 UT in the matter of investigation into the viability of Public Service Company of New Mexico's Sky Blue Voluntary Renewable Energy Program and whether it should be replaced or discontinued. This is a potential initial order. I will take the roll. Commissioner Maestas.
Aye.
Commissioner Hall.
Aye.
Commissioner Byrd.
Aye.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
Aye.
Commissioner Fishman.
Aye.
The consent action items are approved by a vote of 5-0.
Okay, we're on to item 9, potential closed session for deliberations on, well, the screen just disappeared, but I believe it's 21-031. And application of Public Service Company of New Mexico. I would move that we go into closed session.
Second.
Okay, we've got a second. Any discussion? Mike, please take the roll.
Commissioners, this would be a vote to go into closed session. I'm sorry, I'm trying to find the exact statutory section. Pursuant to section 1015(1)(h)(3) of the New Mexico statutes, which provides that the Open Meeting Act can be closed for deliberations by a public body in connection with an administrative adjudicatory proceeding. I will take the roll. Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
Aye.
Commissioner Hall.
Aye.
Commissioner Fishman.
Aye.
Commissioner Byrd.
Aye.
Commissioner Maestas.
Aye.
The motion to go into closed session is approved by a vote of 5-0.
Reminder, like we've done before, I'm going to send you all into a breakout room, and you will do the closed session there.
Thank you, Isaac. Okay.
That was quick.
Yeah. Mike, are you here?
I am here.
Okay. So we're coming out of closed session and I guess we need to take a vote to say that we're coming back into open session. And then from there, I'll give a quick summary of what we discussed in closed session. And then we'll take a lunch break. So I move to bring us back into open session. Do I have a second?
Second.
Commissioners, I'll take the roll call. Commissioner Byrd, excuse me.
Aye.
Commissioner Hall,
Aye.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar,
Aye.
Commissioner Maestas,
Aye.
Commissioner Fishman.
Aye.
The motion to come out of closed session is approved by a vote of 5-0. The commission's deliberations were performed pursuant to section 1015-1H3, New Mexico statutes annotated, and were restricted to deliberating on the case 21-00031 UT.
Terrific. And for everybody's edification, we essentially hashed out an order by consensus during the closed session on 21-31 UT. And it's about lunchtime, and we need to give our administrative folks and our legal folks some time to to get a relatively clean copy of the order that we can then read to folks when we come back into session after lunch. So when we read that order, you will see all the work that we've done in closed session as a part of the reading of that order. So with that, let's take a break until 12:45, and we will resume on this matter when we get back in open session. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Okay. 12:46. Who's back? Michael, are you back?
I am.
Okay, we got Jeff, we've got Cynthia. I see Commissioner Maestas. Commissioner Vicente Aguilar, are you back?
Yes, I'm here.
Terrific. So we're coming back to utility matters, and we're back to item 5, 21 Triple Lot 31 UT, matter of Public Service Company of New Mexico's application for approval of 2 purchased power agreements and an energy storage agreement, and potential final order. And as I said before we took our lunch break, during closed session, the commission hashed out a proposed order, which Judy can overview for us now.
Yes, Chairman Fishman and members of the commission, as was just stated in case number 21-00031-UT, in the matter of PNM's application for approval of 2 purchase power agreements and an energy storage agreement pursuant to 17.9.551 NMAC, an addendum to the special service contract with Greater Kudu LLC and amended rider number 49, there was a potential order discussed. And that proposed order, which the commission will now take a vote on, states, and I'll read it out loud, that the commission finds, after reviewing the pleadings, all pre-filed testimony, hearing all testimony at the public hearing on June 16th, 2021, reviewing the transcript from the public hearing and the closing statements of PNM staff and NMAREA, that staff's direct rebuttal and public hearing testimony, all recommending disapproval of the ESA and the SSC addendum, are persuasive because Mr. Reynolds testified that he could not conclude there would be, quote, no net adverse impact on PNM's other customers as required by the SSC. However, the commission acknowledges that PNM's proposal potentially could result in economic development benefits and renewable energy benefits that may be in the public interest. Therefore, the commission would like to give PNM and the customer the opportunity to modify the transaction to address the commission's concerns with the transaction as we understand it, described as follows. A, PNM enters into an ESA with the developer. B, customer pays the entire ESA bill, which is set forth in Stella Chan's table in response to clarification back to request order as $660 per KW on behalf of PNM, totaling approximately 7.9 million annually. C, PNM provides customer with an offset at a rate of approximately $54 per kilowatt of capacity, which is the current production revenue requirement and capacity costs as determined in PNM's last rate case, and which will be updated with each rate case. As the proposal stands, the production revenue requirement cap on payments to customer could rise significantly as customer storage addendum resources are added. D, the offset provided to customer are capped at the projected total production revenue requirement in the most 2015 rate case. E, if customer demand requires 100% allocation of the ESA battery, 100 megawatts, under this payment arrangement, P&M calculated the offset credit to customer would be millions on their annual bill. This appears to result in millions of annual revenue shortfall for other non-Facebook customers to cover, and other non-Facebook customers would essentially be paying Facebook millions annually for capacity only customer uses. F, the higher the capacity demands customer places on the system, the less Facebook pays to support those demands on the system. And it is undisputed that customer can zero their capacity payments entirely by the offset/credit mechanism. And therefore, the current proposed addendum financial structure is counterintuitive. In other words, it would seem logical that the customer would pay more as it utilizes more resources, not less. G, P&M testified that future costs to non-Facebook customers are highly uncertain and will be determined in a future rate case. So the commission is in the position of being requested to make a decision without knowing what production revenue requirements will turn out to be in future rate cases, or knowing projected storage demand per kilowatt hour of renewable energy might change as experience with storage increases. H, while customer agreed to pay the full ESA price for the time being, the commission is concerned that other P&M customers may be responsible to cover customers' credits/offsets in years 3 through 20 of the contract under the proposed addendum. For all of these reasons, the commission finds that under P&M's current proposal and its application, as set forth in the proposed addendum and proposed ESA, other P&M ratepayers appear to be responsible to pay any revenue shortfall from the offset/credits to customer bills. And therefore, the addendum and ESA do not meet the standard of no additional cost to non-Facebook customers. See definition of no net adverse impact, and see the direct supplemental and public hearing testimony of Utility Division Director, Mr. John Reynolds. The commission finds that in order to fulfill its mission under the Public Utility Act and the New Mexico Constitution and issue a final order in this matter, it is in the public interest, results in fair, just, and reasonable rates, and balances the interests of the public utility and the ratepayers to require P&M to renegotiate the addendum and the ESA with customer to address the following issues and concerns of the commission. A, devise a pricing system between customer and P&M which charges more to the customer as their capacity demands increase rather than less, eliminates any markup on the ESA contract price for capacity utilized for non-Facebook customers, and creates a price certain per kilowatt hour of storage capacity utilized by all parties. B, demonstrates the 50 megawatt of storage above and beyond customers' needs will be utilized by all of P&M systems, system customers in a loads and resources table showing excess capacity and reserves. C, when P&M will file its next rate case, will P&M stipulate as to when it will file its next rate case? Will P&M stipulate to not shift these costs to non-Facebook customers? Whether there is any plan to include shifting these project costs to non-Facebook customers in any way, including through any future rate decoupling proposals. What ongoing tracking can P&M commit to providing that will show whether the customer is bearing the expense of the project and related network upgrades? Why 100 megawatts and not 50 megawatts for the ESA? Is the system's reliability so precarious that an additional 50 megawatts is required? How does this 50 megawatt tip the balance for P&M's system? Why is the project not being handled like Facebook's previous PPAs, ESAs, i.e. when they were owned and operated by the developer, not transferred to P&M for ownership, control, and operation, and where the loads were solely dedicated to Facebook? And lastly, a definite plan and specific commitments identifying how P&M will work with the customer and the key stakeholders to mitigate repeated requests for expedited commission consideration. Those are the findings, and the decretal paragraphs are: this matter is continued. P&M and customer shall meet to arrive at a mutual renegotiated agreement on modifications to the current application that would address the issues and concerns set forth herein. Pursuant to 1.2.217 NMAC, the Commission hereby designates Robert Lennon as mediator to conduct and facilitate the negotiations between P&M and customer in order to fully address the issues and concerns set forth herein. The mediator shall conduct at least 2 one-half-day sessions and shall be in accordance with 1.2.2.17 NMAC. P&M shall file in this docket a written mutually agreed upon renegotiated modification to its application addressing the issues and concerns set forth herein, which shall be filed by close of business on July 14th, 2021. Staff and NMAREA shall file its response to the mutually agreed upon renegotiated modifications to the application filed by P&M, and that the response shall be filed by close of business on July 21, 2021, stating approval, disapproval, or approval with conditions. And that is the proposed order for continuance in this matter.
Discussion or motion?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, go ahead,
I
Commissioner
move to
Masters.
approve the order as described by Ms. Amer.
I'll second that.
Okay, terrific. I'd like to have a little discussion before we take the vote. Just my observations. One is on the addendum, the notion that customers should be paying, the notion that Facebook should be getting a credit of 54 cents for each additional kilowatt of capacity, storage capacity that it's utilizing, as I read the record, seems to be based on the premise that they will be saving other customers 54 cents because they're not utilizing existing production capacity. Those are fixed costs. And the idea that just because Facebook is using additional storage capacity that we're adding by this contract, the notion that that saves customers any money is frankly ludicrous. And I am very disappointed that the parties in this case chose to, as I understand it, assert that that's the case and to put together a pricing mechanism that works on that theory. And any person with just a scintilla of logic in their head would see again how ludicrous it is that Facebook pays essentially, because it gets these 54-cent credits, pays less the more that it uses system assets and the more that it uses these storage assets. It's just crazy. And we need to see a proposal that makes sense and fairly distributes the costs. I personally feel that the way it was presented was confusing, tangled, and quite frankly, it felt to me like it was an intentional effort to mislead. And again, I found that very disappointing. I'm voting for a continuance. I will be voting for a continuance because I understand how important Facebook is, because we want to give the parties every chance to come up with a fair deal and make sure this can happen. I want to support economic development in the state, but we can't do that by having other PNM customers substantially subsidizing Facebook's costs. It's simply just not fair, and quite frankly, under our charter, it's not legal. So anyway, those are my reasons for voting yes on this. Please come back with a logical proposal. We're looking for every possible way to make this work. We're rooting for you, but it has to be a fair deal. So I'll leave my comments at that.
Mr. Chairman, I'm not going to duplicate, your comments, but what I will say is this project was quite a departure from previous PPAs associated with this customer. And I think perhaps the easiest way for us to act is to simply reject the ESA and the addendum to the special services contract. But I think this continuance and the articulation of our concerns in hopes that a deal can be secured between PNM and Facebook demonstrates our desire to see this project go through and go through in a fair manner. And so I'm going to support this continuance. I think it's progressive. I think this project has a lot of momentum, and we recognize that. But there is the issue of fairness on this, and I think that our concerns and our acknowledgements are balanced in the best interest of ratepayers in general and the state of New Mexico from an economic development standpoint. So I think this is a great process and a great direction. And I too hope that the parties can come together with an amended application and an agreement that fully meets our concerns by the stated deadline in the order of July 14th, I believe. That's all I had to say, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. Other commissioner comments?
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Hall.
So I agree with the statements made by you and by Commissioner Maestas. I too feel that this project, while it obviously is just one more good example of economic development as a result of having Facebook in New Mexico, it's unfortunately flawed in its structure to the point where we have to ask them to write it in a way that comports with our law. There is too much of a risk under this present structure that's been presented to us to impinge on other customers, and there's too much of a risk of other customers having to pay costs that are incurred by Facebook. And the message I would like for them to hear is that what I would like to see is a simple agreement, something that looks very different from this. There's no reason, it seemed to me, that many of those provisions were there except to make it complicated. And I share your concern that it almost seemed deliberate in its complication. So we have our limits. We have our constraints under the law about how we protect customers in New Mexico. And I would just like to see that respected and have the parties come back with an agreement that keeps the dealings of Facebook separate, distinct, and separate and distinct from PNM's business serving the remaining customers in New Mexico, all the other customers. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Other commissioner comments?
Mr. Chairman?
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'd just like to say kudos to our staff. This application was submitted without a hearing at the beginning. And our staff brought it to our attention, and they know who the players are. They testified. We have wonderful attorneys and general counsel. We just added a new chief of staff, Wayne Probst. So if you try to submit an application to our organization without a fair hearing, we're going to hear about it because we have excellent staff members on board to assist us. And I'm very proud that we are working for the Public Regulation Commission as it stands today. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. And Commissioner Byrd, you're the only one who's been silent. Any comments you want to make?
No, I think everything needs to be said has been said. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Byrd. If there's no further discussion, we have a motion from, I believe, Commissioner Maestas and a second from Commissioner Hall. So Mike, would you please take the roll?
Commissioner Hall.
You're on mute, Commissioner Hall.
Doesn't look like it on my end. Okay, here you go. Aye.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
Aye.
Commissioner Maestas.
Aye.
Commissioner Fishman.
Aye.
Commissioner Byrd.
Aye.
Thank you.
The vote of 5-0 approving the order.
Before we go on to the next item, I'll just reiterate We really want to help you guys make this project work. Let's just get a fair deal for all the other customers as we do it.
Mr. Chairman,
Yeah,
can we just clarify when the written order will be filed and made available?
Judy?
Today.
Okay, thank you.
Terrific. We're on to item number 6, 21 Triple Lot 84 UT in the matter of the application of Arroyo Solar, Arroyo Storage and Public Service Company of New Mexico for expedited location approval of the Pintado Switchyard in McKinley County. Judy, this is yours.
Well, hopefully you're not sick of me yet, but this matter comes before you today on the application of Arroyo Solar LLC, Arroyo Storage LLC, which together can be referred to as Arroyo, and Public Service Company of Mexico, the joint applicants for expedited approval to the extent required by law of the location of the Pintado Switchyard pursuant to 6293. The proposed order would approve the application, including a requirement that applicants implement all the protection measures addressed in the environmental report as set forth in staff's verified statement, and including the requirement for applicants to file in the docket quarterly compliance reports, as well as copies of all required permits. In the order you will read, the protection measures are commitments by the applicants regarding air quality permits, reducing and controlling erosion, and protecting soil, protecting water resources, using fire prevention measures, properly handling waste, reducing visual impacts during construction, coordinating with landowners regarding grazing and reclamation of soil, coordinating with authorities to implement an unanticipated discovery plan in the event that previously unidentified cultural or religious sites are identified during construction, avoiding and minimizing impacts on wildlife and vegetation, obtaining all the applicable permits and speed limits, and minimizing impacts on roads and traffic, coordinating with military bases and aviation facilities as needed, limiting construction to reduce noise impacts, implementing safety measures and coordination, implementing a worker environmental awareness program. And for all these reasons, staff concluded that the switchyard complied with all New Mexico laws. No protests were filed. The application was unopposed, and staff recommended approval of the application, which included the protection measures and the quarterly compliance reports. And I stand for questions.
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, Commissioner Maestas.
For the purposes of a brief discussion, I move to approve the order for case 21-00084.
And I'll second that.
We have a motion and a second. Motion from Commissioner Maestas, second from Commissioner Hall. Any further discussion from commissioners?
Just
Mr.
just
Chairman.
go ahead, Commissioner Vicente Aguilar. Go ahead.
Thank you, Commissioner Maestas. As you recall, last month in May, when we were talking about the Arroyo project and other issues related to the project, since then, with the assistance of Judy Amer. I wrote a letter to state legislatures, McKinley County commissioners, San Juan County commissioners. And when I say the state legislatures, I'm talking about the ones that are representing Northwest New Mexico. And the sense that I have received, no one has called me back. No one sent an email. There was no communication. But the sense that I have come to today is that they are in agreement that Public Regulation Commission are approving these projects for the purpose of renewable energy in New Mexico. If they thought otherwise, you would have heard from them. So I think that we are at a good working point as far as approving this project. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the time.
Commissioner Maestas, you had a comment?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I wanted to commend PNM and Arroyo for submitting this joint application to resolve the uncertainty regarding the switchyard, which, as you know from our previous discussion, there was some uncertainty regarding whether it fell within the safe harbor relative to the 1,200-foot buffer of the main transmission lines. And I also felt that it was somewhat creative to try and include it in the 1,200-foot buffer safe harbor around the newly acquired BLM easement. But I still stand by my position that the switchyard, does not fall within the safe harbor. And I'm just glad that the joint applicants recognized the uncertainty, on the part of entities that are going to finance this project. And I think it's good to have these kinds of contingencies during construction, which under the original plan, there wouldn't have been any kind of environmental remediation, had any artifacts or anything been discovered during construction. So I think treating the switchyard along with the rest of the project from an environmental mitigation standpoint benefits the project, benefits the state, and benefits the area. So I'm very happy with this resolution.
Terrific. Any other comments?
Oh, Mr. Chair, I would just
Commissioner
like
Hall?
to commend staff as well. I thought the thoroughness of making sure all the cultural and environmental and other requirements are met was very impressive, very, very well done. A good job by staff.
And I'll give a thanks to Commissioner Maestas for pointing out kind of a procedural technical hole in the way that these things were being handled, and that hopefully we'll pay closer attention to in the future. Be sure that we've covered all the bases. So thank you, Commissioner Maestas, for bringing that to everybody's attention.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
And with that, I think we can go to the roll.
Well, do you want to permit other commissioners to discuss?
I'm sorry, did I cut anyone off?
I guess not.
Guess not. Okay.
Okay.
Let's go to the roll.
Commissioner Fishman,
Aye.
Commissioner Hall,
Aye.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar,
Aye.
Commissioner Byrd,
Aye.
Commissioner Maestas.
Aye.
Commissioners, the final order in case 21-00084 is approved by a vote of 5-0.
Okay, on to item number 7, docket 20-104 UT in the matter of the application of El Paso Electric Company for revision of its retail electric rates pursuant to advice notice 268. And Russell and Carolyn, please take this one.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. So today we are here for a vote on anticipated final order to adopt the recommended decision with modifications. This final order that I sent to the commission yesterday would incorporate the modifications that the commission discussed on Friday. On Friday, the commission, during the open meeting, the commission took non-binding straw votes with regard to the ROE and also capital structure. And also, Mr. Chairman asked for, when various items were, modifications were brought up, asked if there were any objections. So this final order is based on what came out of that open meeting. So as you will recall, there was only one change that was indicated that a majority of the commission would vote in favor of that would affect the revenue requirement, and that was the change to the capital structure. And so on Friday, as you know, I instructed the technical committee, which is made up of experts, expert witnesses for the various parties, to prepare the same attachments that were attached to the recommended decision, using all of the same instructions that were given by the hearing examiner, Carolyn, for the RD, the recommended decision, with the one change to the capital structure. And that is what the technical committee did. And I provided those to the commission yesterday as attachments A through F. So which are the identical A through F, attachments A through F, identical to the RD, except for the change to the capital structure and the impacts that had. So the rate design was still as per Carolyn's instructions. And so I'll just quickly go very quickly highlighting in the order that I put together. I made the changes regarding capital structure. I'll just actually, I'm just gonna go through an order and show you the language I put in very quickly. Sorry, I have to find these sections here. Well, for instance, in the section on Palo Verde generating unit, generating station unit 3, I've added language that seemed to be accepted by all commissioners, that that it would be up to EPE to come back with an application for a CCN, or, and this is the language I added, or other appropriate arrangement to recover costs if they want to recover, get some kind of reimbursement of price or whatever to continue using that unit, which is not in rate base. So that was something that Commissioner Fishman had brought up, and it seemed to be acceptable to the rest of the commissioners to include not just the CCN, but possibly some other arrangement might work there. Moving on from that, let's see. In time of day rates, this was where I think you saw in my email, especially Mr. Chairman, you might want to chime in on this. As I said, I had an issue with my thumb drive, so that I did lose my notes of the Friday open meeting. But I think my recollection was good enough on all issues, except I don't think I had a great recollection on, Mr. Chairman, what you wanted to do for paragraph 52. This is at the end of the time of day rate section. You had said that you wanted EPE to provide a study of the effects, and I've just put in study of the effects of eliminating the seasonal charge upon both time of day rate structures and standard rate structures. I recall that you wanted both time of day and standard rates in there, and I knew it had something to do with the seasonal charge and possibly eliminating it, but I'm not sure that I really captured what you wanted there. That's one thing I wasn't sure about. Mr. Chairman, do you have any input on that? This is
I think impact on charges in general, and then kind of the second piece of it was to examine whether eliminating the spring rate, the lower winter rates, could be used as to fund better incentives for time of day or other demand response programs.
Okay, I'm just taking some notes here, make sure that's right. Okay, so let me read what I have just to make sure I get this right. So in paragraph 52, finally, in EPE's next rate case application, EPE must provide a study of the effects of seasonal charges upon both TOD rate structures and standard rate structures, as well as including an analysis, as to whether raising the lower winter seasonal charge to the level of the summer charge could fund a more effective TOD rate structure, possibly including lower on-peak rates.
Yeah.
Okay, I think that's it.
I think that'll cover it well enough. It gets the idea across.
Okay, great. Okay. Thank you. Appreciate that. Okay, great. All right. So just going through in order. I think the next change, here we go, is the next modification was, sorry, I'm just scrolling through the order. Here it is. So, in the capital structure section. So this is the one modification that would change the revenue requirement from the RD. As was discussed, I've made it. Well, I'm just going to read the language. The commission partially accepts the exception of the city. The commission finds that EP's capital structure at the end of the test year period should not include the $125 million equity infusion by Sun Jupiter on September 24th, 2020. The commission finds that at nearly 9 months after the end of the base period, the infusion is too remote from the base period to be included in the test year period. As the RD notes in the 2010 P&M rate case, the commission included in the test year period known and measurable changes to the capital structure up to 6 months after the end of the base period. The commission finds that 6 months after the base period end is a reasonable cutoff point for including known and measurable changes to capital structure to maintain a reasonable relationship between the base period and the test year period. Accordingly, the commission finds that the capital structure at the end of the base period is the capital structure at the end of the test year period. I'll say for this matter. So there, I want to read that language because it includes, obviously, not only the decision for this case, but sort of a precedential statement of where the cutoff will be in the future, unless the commission decides to deviate from that in the future. And then, so that's applying that actual capital structure test that was applied or analysis that was applied by the hearing examiner, but to remove the capital infusion that was beyond 6 months. Then I also, as instructed, included in paragraph 85, the idea of the imputed capital structure and optimal structure. So the language says this capital structure is also a better result for ratepayers as it leads to a lower revenue requirement and lower rates. Thus, this is also a better policy choice as an imputed capital structure. As shown in Mr. Garrett's testimony, EPE's unusually low debt ratio results in an unreasonably high weighted average cost of capital to the detriment of ratepayers. So if that's okay, I'll just move on. And then I think the last change, so here it is, is in, which is at the end of the section regarding the city of Las Cruces's exception to the rule 440, the rule, what the city saw as a discrepancy between what was reported by EPE under Rule 440, which distribution line and transmission line projects and very small generating projects, and what was asked to be recovered in the docket. The commission actually would continue to, under this order, would continue to reject the exception as the RD did, but it adds, this is a language it adds. However, the commission finds that CLC, that's the city of Las Cruces, CLC's exception raises potential issues worth investigating with regard to EPE's Rule 440 reporting. The commission plans to address such potential issues in a separate investigatory docket. That's the language, the idea that was proposed by Commissioner Maestas. And then that's it for all the various exceptions. The order would go on to say, of course, it would accept the RD, except as modified in the order. And I added a paragraph 94. Attachments A through F to this order are based upon attachments A through F to the RD, with the exception that the revenue requirement is decreased due to the adoption in this order of a capital structure more favorable to ratepayers than the capital structure recommending the RD. The commission adopts the RD's recommended rate design criteria as reflected in the attachments. And with that, I'll take any questions.
Commissioners?
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Commissioner Byrd.
I've got, it's really just a inquiry on my part, and I think Ms. Glick is here, so I was hoping to ask her a question about the disallowance of staff salaries, or at least a portion of the staff salaries, because they were working on the merger. And I'm curious why we didn't, or you didn't recognize that as an exception, because those positions existed prior to the merger and they exist after. And I've had a discussion with Mr. Fisk, and if Ms. Glick isn't entirely clear on what it is I'm trying to ask, maybe he could clarify my question. But I was wondering if she could ask why, or answer why those salaries weren't included in the base.
Sure, Commissioner Byrd, I think I understand your question. So this regards EPE's payroll expenses, and in deriving its payroll expenses, EPE takes a 3-year average of the O&M expense ratio, and it gets the payroll costs that are expensed in a year are taken from EPE's FERC Form 1. So for 2019, EPE's FERC Form 1 has an amount of about 3.1 million identified as strategic transition costs, which EPE admitted were costs for the merger. So EPE correctly took those out, took that 3.1 million out of the base period, in recognition that in the stipulation in the merger case, it agreed not to recover from ratepayers any of the merger costs. In deriving its test year period payroll expense, EPE added that amount back in making that 3-year average calculation, because they said that the EPE employees who worked on the merger would return to their regular duties. And so it's appropriate to include that cost in there, because while they will not be working on a merger, they will be going back to their regular duties. So two of the reasons I rejected that, one is EPE's witness Cynthia Prieto said in her rebuttal testimony on page 15 that the strategic transition costs include both outside costs incurred by the company and an allocation of costs for company employees that were assigned to work on this special project. That contradicts her testimony that her other testimony that the strategic transition costs in 2019 were simply an allocation of internal labor costs and did not represent additional costs to the company. That's from her third supplemental testimony at page 19. So I was not convinced that all of the strategic transition costs were in fact for EPE employees. That's one reason. The second was that EPE didn't explain who was doing those regular duties when those employees were assigned to the merger case, who were performing their regular duties. And why weren't they getting paid for in the base period? So I don't know if I did a very good job explaining, but those were my reasons.
Basically, you knew there was a $3.1 million expenditure, but you don't sure of that 3.1 million, how many were staff that are regular staff members that were working on that in addition to the regular job, and how many of that 3.1 million was outside consulting? And since they didn't break it up, you couldn't put back in the portion that actually dealt with the staff that is full-time and maybe should be included. So EPE didn't do their job or their homework in explaining where it needed to go and how much of it. Okay, if that's pretty close.
Yeah, and also the testimony from EPE's witness was contradictory as to whether that whole amount was for internal employees.
That would be a lot. No, okay. No, I'm clear now. Thank you. And that was my only, I've been stewing on that over the weekend. So that was it for me, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Byrd. Any other commissioner comments, thoughts, modifications that we want to look at? So my thought is that we discussed all the issues really thoroughly in the last couple of weeks. And that it seems to me there's a couple things we should vote on in terms of the amended order ahead of time. One of those is all of the non-revenue issues that we did adjustments to. And then we can take a separate vote because I know there's some disagreement among the commission on the capital structure piece. Does that feel like a good way to proceed to Mike? And Mike, you answer first and then the commission.
I think the commission could proceed that way.
Commissioners, does that work for you?
Mr. Chairman, I mean, excuse me, I would rather just vote on the order as amended. I think we went over the amendments, or at least Russell presented them and I understood them and accepted them. Now, I think if there's, I know that there's probably some dissension regarding return on equity. I think if we can perhaps discuss that in the absence of breaking it apart and voting on certain elements, I would prefer that, but that's just my opinion, Mr. Chair.
Mike, does that work?
Yeah, I think you can do that as well.
Okay, that's fine. So what I'd like to do is move the order.
I'll second that.
Okay, do we have a second? Any further discussion?
Well, I'm waiting for you, Mr. Chairman.
I'm fine with that. We can take a vote.
Okay. All right.
Mike, please take the roll, because we really have discussed this to death very thoroughly, and that's a good thing.
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry I was having trouble getting, it's not worth explaining, but have been on mute against my will for a moment here. But I did want to say that I felt I lost the straw poll on the return on equity, or you were concurring with me on that last week. So I hesitate to revisit the issue, but I did some further analysis and concluded that I feel that the 9.0, while it's reasonable, and I would support it, it's because it's reasonable because it falls within the standard of reasonableness, the range of reasonableness. That's not up to dispute. But I just took a closer look at the standard that we are charged with applying, which is that rates need to be just as well as reasonable. And I don't believe it's as just as a somewhat lower figure is, because to the extent you go lower within the range of reasonableness, it is a better deal for customers, for the consumers. And it does not compromise in any way the credit rating of the company as supported by testimony in the record, which was unrefuted testimony. And therefore, the only consequence of going to an ROE lower, for example, the 8.85 that we were talking about, is that ratepayers pay less and shareholders get a little bit less. They get a return on equity of 8.85 instead of 9. Based on the testimony pertaining to how that small change in ROE would have no impact on their credit rating due to the fact that it would be a fraction of a percent difference. I feel that there's evidence that's unrefuted that indicates that a more just result would be to go lower, because what we're comparing is basically two ROEs, both in the range of reasonableness, and one provides a better deal to the ratepayer, shaves off some money from shareholders, that's true, but I think the record is replete with information about how utility companies in general, and this one specifically, are doing very well financially, and so are their shareholders. So I'm concerned about that part. I don't know that I'm going to win anybody over on this point, but I just wanted to state that for the record, because there are really two elements to that standard, and we've only been talking about reasonableness to this point, not justice. So that's just a point I wanted to make.
Thank you, Commissioner Hall. Is there anybody who wants to take any further action on that point?
No, but being a part of the simple majority that chose to uphold the hearing examiner's recommended ROE of 9%, I don't want to relitigate the issue, but what I can say is that I think our hearing examiner Glick did a fantastic job to justify the 9.0% ROE. She weighed the testimony made in this case, and as someone who really values the defensibility of this agency's actions, this commission's actions, I think upholding the hearing examiner's recommendation, I think, is will stand in the face of an appeal. And the only departure that I agreed with was the capital structure, and I think that we had a strong precedent to justify that departure on the capital structure. And so I think overall, I feel our decision is sound and defensible. And I just want to close by thanking everyone, the technical committee that worked hard to crunch the numbers in the face of a changed capital structure. I want to thank Carolyn for just being available and answering all questions and being so careful not to discuss anything outside the record. And so I'm very comfortable, with this decision and with this order. So I want to thank everybody, the whole technical team, staff, and Carolyn in getting us to this point. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Okay, we've got the motion and a second. I forget who. And I think we're ready for a vote, Mike.
Mr. Commissioner, could you clarify again what the motion was? I kind of got lost in there too.
Okay. I believe the motion was to adopt the order, the amended order as presented by Russell to us this morning. Or this afternoon, I should say.
So based on that, I will take the roll. Commissioner Maestas.
Aye.
Commissioner Hall.
Aye.
Commissioner Fishman.
Aye.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
Aye.
Commissioner Byrd.
A 51% aye.
I hear you.
Still counts as an aye, so the vote is 5-0.
Somehow we usually manage to consent, so that's a really good reflection on the commission. So thank you, everybody. I really feel like we're working as a unit here, despite our disagreements.
And Mr. Chair, I want to thank you for your leadership in, trying to get us to converge on a consensus position. So thank you. It hasn't been easy.
Yeah, and I will mention that Commissioner Hall and I put together a, what do we call it, Commissioner Hall?
It's a concurrence.
A concurrence, thank you.
And thank you for joining in with me on that.
Yeah,
I felt strongly about this point.
So we're concurring with the decision, but pointing out that we do have a little bit of heartburn about the ROE, but it's a way of us laying out our case. And that's really all that it does. It just gets it on the record that a fairly clear statement of why we think we would have liked to have seen the ROE be lower. But I think the commission and hearing examiner Glick did a great job on this issue. It's not like we were talking about a huge discrepancy here. So again, thanks to all.
Mr. Chair, I just got a burning question regarding your concurrence statement, AKA the dissension, the ROE dissension.
Okay.
You mentioned, that, based on our decision to not lower the return on equity, you said that it sets an example for everyone involved. What did you mean? But what did you both mean by that?
I wrote that, and I meant it. It's, well, let's see. What does the rest of the sentence say? When
I can read it.
Yeah, read it. Read it.
Okay, this is the paragraph. In this case, the opportunity was presented
Yeah.
To lower the ROE to 8.85 from 9.48, a 0.63% drop based on unrefuted evidence of no harm to the utility's credit rating from such a change, yet the commission declined to do so, and in so declining, set an example for everyone involved.
What I meant by that was I was concerned that we disregarded this issue. And when I say everyone involved, I mean, and it's maybe the use of the word example is not right, but what was bothering me was that we're disregarding this issue. And the issue is, and I didn't talk about this last week because it wasn't in my head. It sort of hit me when I was looking over this weekend, where I thought about the word just. What does that mean? Because we haven't talked about it. And this seemed like a perfect fit, actually. So I guess what I was saying, this is just something it hasn't been a discussion. We just go along and we say, okay, is this reasonable? Okay. And it sets an example for everybody to have a mindset. I think what I had in mind when I wrote that was, this fits into the notion that I discuss in the concurrence of regulatory inertia. And that was something that several of the witnesses talked about, where everybody gets used to a certain range of ROE that they're used to giving the company. And so the audience, the people, everybody is listening to what we say, the public as well. Everybody is accustomed to the idea that ROEs need to stay up where they are. And so when another commission comes along, makes a decision, has evidence like we had in front of us, and just said, oh, yes, that's interesting, but we really don't scrutinize it as much as we might, then it sets an example that this is the way we're going to continue to do business. And I really think it is something that we should take to heart, because that's where I'm coming from on this issue. There is, I think, some injustice here, because, based on the wealth of testimony, utility companies, given the amount of risk they represent, which is they're very low risk compared to other utilities because they're government sanctioned monopolies, they enjoy a very healthy returns. So I just think it's an issue we ought to reflect on and look more carefully as we go forward into whether or not it really does make sense to stay up in this higher range, or to look closely and see what kind of justice can we provide, especially if there's no adverse impact to the company with respect to their credit ratings, or negligible. Yeah. So that's what was in my mind, the notion of regulatory inertia, and we're part of it. We do it. Yeah.
Well, thank you for that explanation. In my extensive experience as a commissioner going back, 5.5 months or 6 months, I thought this was kind of unconventional. This statement regarding the ROE issue. And I'm wondering, Russell, I guess, does this have any bearing on the record or the legal defensibility of the order itself? Is this just an acknowledgement of a difference of opinion, or?
Right.
Yeah, Commissioner Meyer says yes. It's just an acknowledgement of a difference of opinion. It will be filed separately in the docket. All 5 commissioners' signatures will appear on the order. That is the order of the commission. The concurrence doesn't have any legal effect. It's not a statement of the commission. It's just a statement of Commissioner Fishman and Commissioner Hall. With regard to the defensibility of the commission's order and appeal, if anything, I wouldn't support. It's not a statement of the commission. It's the commission's order itself is what, and the RD and the record of the case is what would be used, to support the commission's decision on any appeal. If anything, if you get an appeal by EPE, they'll be saying go even high. You should have gone higher. And I don't know if I would make this argument. I don't know if it's possible if this is an argument I'd make, because I haven't dealt with a concurrence in the appeal. But, if anything, it could be pointed out, hey, 2 commissioners wanted to go even lower than that, and the commission decided to stay with the RD. I don't know if I could point to that. I have to ask Michael about that. But in any event, it's not something that undermines the commission's order on appeal at all.
And just to add to that a little bit, my understanding of concurrence is that it's just an explanation for why you agree with the result of the case, but you got there through different reasoning. And I do support the 9.0 return on equity as well, because it's within the range of reasonableness. It just, we just didn't, go all the way to handling justice, but I can't argue that 9.0 is fine. Well, it's acceptable. So yes, it's just a point I wanted to make, because it's food for thought for next time, really.
Thank you. That's all I had, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, thank you. And by the way, in the second paragraph, that statement that that 9% is within the range of reasonableness really does support the decision.
Yes, I support the decision, but it's not my first choice.
Yeah. So I think in signing on to this, my calculation was pretty much the way Russell described it. If anything, it's protective against an EPE appeal to go the other way. So with that, I think we're ready to move on to the next item. Yep, we are. Okay, 25 double lot 159 UT in the matter of an inquiry into summer peak grid reliability for electric utilities. Commissioner Hall.
Hi. Hi.
Mr. Chair,
Thank you,
real
Mr.
quick.
Chair.
Sorry, Commissioner Hall. You started that number with 25. It's 21-00159.
Oh, 21. Yeah, excuse me. Thank you. Commissioner Byrd is our copy editor. So it's in the matter of 21 double lot 159 UT to make that correction on the record. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Chair. This is the order that we discussed last week when we discussed opening a notice of inquiry. I had asked the commission if we could do that because I was aware of a docket that had been opened in the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, FERC, concerning the actions of the California Independent System Operator, their wholesale market within the borders of California, wherein they've taken some steps to alter their rules in a way that has caused concern among utilities, a number of utilities in the West and their commissions, insofar as those rules may work to compromise the other utilities who transact purchases and sales across the footprint of CAISO. It may work to compromise their ability to have the resource adequacy they need in situations where, for example, in California, there may be more wildfires to the degree there have been in the past 2 years, and a shortage across the West of adequate electricity sources. So, and I became aware that PNM had filed comments and El Paso Electric had filed comments. So, and Southwest Power Service also had filed comments, but on behalf of their Colorado affiliate, but not on behalf of a New Mexico utility. So I left them out of the this order because they were not taking action to affect any utility in New Mexico. But what I put into this proposed notice is a requirement that El Paso Electric and PNM provide us with their concerns that they have stated before FERC and their plans for addressing their concerns of possible shortfalls as a result of these changes in CAISO and in the Western market that may compromise their ability to provide reliable service. So I just like to know what these two utilities are planning on doing going forward. And I also put a provision in here that does relate to SPS insofar as I said, to the extent SPS has other transactions going on in the West that I'm not aware of. They're a member of the Southwest Power Pool, and I believe they do all their trading in that market. But if they do trade with any parties in the West, whether or not they're in a market in the West, I would like for them to respond as well and just let us know what plans the utilities all have in terms of making sure their resource adequacy is what it needs to be so that we have continued reliable service when other states may not be having it. So that's essentially what this is about. Please tell us, if you filed at FERC and you say you're going to be compromised, and that's what's happened with PNM and El Paso Electric, please tell us what you plan to do in the meantime until this situation with California can get straightened out. So that's the basis for this.
So Commissioner Hall, do you have a specific information request or order that you want us to approve on this?
Yes, this is a request to start a notice of inquiry. We talked about it last week. We agreed to do it. And so this is the order that came for our signature this week.
I'm not seeing the order, so
The proposed order, Chairman Fishman, was circulated to the commissioners. I believe it was last night around 4:45. Let me get the exact time for you.
Okay.
It was later since I was still working on it.
So I'm sure I missed it and I'm just looking for it, but if
4:46 last night.
Okay.
For ease of reference.
So do other commissioners have any particular issues with this, yay or nay? While I catch up.
Mr. Chair, I support it. I think it's an important issue and inquiry. I was just wondering if perhaps at the next meeting or in this intervening time between the next meeting, we can maybe discuss a similar inquiry for co-ops. I don't know if we have that authority. Several co-ops, just based on complaints, have already experienced outages during this recent heat wave. And I'm just wondering, because I know it would certainly benefit me since my district includes quite a few rural electric co-ops. And so I'd like to see that if it's possible, and I'm willing to work with Hans on that. But I do support the order.
I'd be happy to present an order for that either at the next meeting or even an a single signature order in between now and then if we can, draft something up. I'd be happy to work with you on that.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to explain why I left that out, because I did discuss that with Hans. He had mentioned that, Commissioner Maestas had that question. And I would like to get that information too, but the problem is, I believe all but one of the co-ops get their full amount of electricity from Tri-State. And Tri-State is, at least they assert, that they are no longer under any jurisdiction of our state. They're simply regulated by FERC. So I wasn't sure we could actually order Tri-State to provide us information. And I didn't really think the co-ops were in a position to tell us anything without that information from Tri-State. So However, I don't mind putting language like that in the order. I just think it would be better to, I guess, get some advice from general counsel, and they probably have to do some research on whether or not that sort of opportunity even exists for co-ops to get the information that we would like to have from them. Basically, they are dependent on Tri-State, and Tri-State is beyond our reach, unless we want to challenge that particular legal point for this purpose. But I think that would probably run into some litigation. If I could get some advice from general counsel on this point, that would be helpful. Mike, can you comment at this point?
Off the top of my head, I'll look a little further into this, but it's not the co-ops don't all get their power from Tri-State. I believe that others get from Farmers Electric, and
oh, that's right, Farmers.
I'm not sure what other sources.
That's right.
But obviously, the Tri-State issue raises a number of other issues that I'm not sure I can really get into right this moment.
And at the time, when we prepared this, I was guided by the fact that El Paso Electric and Southwest and PNM had filed at FERC. So I was aware that they were concerned about real risk of shortfalls. I don't know the status of their co-ops, and so I would welcome that kind of addition to this notice of inquiry. This at least gets it started, and then maybe we could study the issue a little more closely with respect to co-ops. And if we wanted to amend this and broaden the scope of the notice of inquiry, that's fine with me. I share the concern that covers, co-ops cover a large geographic area of our state. I think it would be desirable to include them if we could. I just don't know how much they're capable of responding.
Any other discussion on this proposed order? I'm willing to move it as it is and then catch up on the co-op issues going forward, as Commissioner Maestas suggested. But I think it's a good idea to get this out now, and we're in the midst of the summer. We've been in the midst of a heat wave. We're not exactly ahead of the curve on this, so it'd be good to get it out now.
Yeah. So I'll second that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Any further discussion from commissioners? Okay, Mike, take the roll.
Commissioner Hall.
Aye.
Commissioner Maestas.
Aye.
Commissioner Byrd.
Aye.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
Aye.
Commissioner Fishman.
Aye.
The order is approved by a vote of 5-0.
Okay. We're on to communications with Chief of Staff.
Commissioner, I think you guys still need to do the transportation revocation docket, which got moved to regular.
Okay.
I think Judy we just need you to approve an amendment to the order that was submitted so we can remove Kronos.
Yes, Chairman Fishman and members of the commission, the proposed order would revoke all of the listed carriers as set forth on the agenda and into evidence, except for Kronos. Kronos is going to be deleted from the caption for the reason that they were granted a COVID-19 suspension. And I request that you revoke the listed carriers except for Kronos as being non-compliant with the financial responsibility requirements of the Motor Carrier Act and the Motor Carrier rules.
Okay. Do we have a motion to adopt the amended order?
So moved.
Go ahead, Joe.
We've got I'm gonna give Cynthia Hall the motion this time, and Joe, you get a second. Any further commissioner discussion? Mike, please take the roll.
Commissioner Fishman,
Aye.
Commissioner Byrd,
Aye.
Commissioner Hall,
Aye.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar,
Aye.
Commissioner Maestas.
Aye.
The order is approved by a vote of 5-0.
Okay, terrific.
Sorry, with the amendment.
Okay, now it's time for a star turn from our Chief of Staff. Wayne, are you on?
I am, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, commissioners. Are you sure you're ready for me?
Oh, always.
Thank you. I appreciate that. It's good to see you all, or be able to interact with you at least. I've seen you a lot over the last couple of weeks with your other hearings, but haven't had a chance to do this. So it's good to catch up a little bit. I did send out an update, I believe, yesterday on the P card. I know there were some questions about that. I do think we found a temporary stopgap measure to keep the P card going. We might have a brief gap in that next week until the new person is able to get the P card and get trained on that. But I do think we found a temporary solution to that issue. In addition, in that email, I also provided a brief update on the Boca building. I know I'm sounding like a broken record, but we are getting there. The light is at the end of the tunnel. I think we really are right now at the point where we're doing touch-ups, and hopefully the movers will begin actually moving furniture on Monday morning. And once that happens, after we give them a day or two, I'll update you on how that is going, because that really does kind of impact the remainder of our schedule. But it is good. It's a little bit ahead of schedule. I wasn't expecting the movers until the first week of July. So it's good that we're getting them in next week. All of your pictures have been already moved over there from the old para board or para building. So they're ready to be hung. Like I said, if you have any questions about the update that I provided yesterday, I'm happy to answer them. But I do think we are making progress on that. Other than that, it's the end of the fiscal year. Always a very busy time for the entire agency, wrapping up things, getting funds spent, and beginning to think about our budget for the next fiscal year, which will be due on September 1st. And then finally, Mr. Chairman and members of the commission, we are also coming very close to, I believe, the launch of our new website. Sarah and the team that she's put together on that have been meeting a lot on that over the last 4 weeks or so. It's looking good, certainly looking much better and cleaner than our current website. I'm excited about having that launch. And we do expect that the contractor will be delivering that website to us on time by the end of the fiscal year, which is the end of next week. And with that, Mr. Chairman, if you or the commissioners have anything you'd like to talk about, I'm certainly happy to do that, or if you have any questions.
First, a compliment. That's lightning speed to get our updated website. We've been talking about it ever since I took office 2.5 years ago. And thank you for and to Sarah for just moving forward so quickly on it. Really, really appreciate it. Other commissioners?
No, it sounds like good work is getting done. And I'm especially pleased to hear about the website too. I've often thought we need to improve it. So glad we're getting there. And it sounds like the Bochum building is moving faster than we expected. So that's good too.
Okay. Sounds like we're ready to move on to general counsel.
Mr. Chairman?
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
Yes, I have a question for the Chief of Staff. Are we ready to conduct our open meetings at the Bochum building?
Mr. Chairman and members of the commission and Commissioner Vicente Aguilar, that is a very, very good question. I don't have an answer to it yet today. I believe as the commission knows, we have reserved space in the building for our hearing examiners to serve as our hearing room. I think under some circumstances that will also be able to be used for commission hearings. But until we get all of the furniture that we've ordered into the room and look at the layout, I'm hesitant to say that it will absolutely fit all of the needs of the commission. If it does, I think that's great. Obviously, if it doesn't, then we have been thinking about some other options for the commission. But it is something that I've been keeping in the back of my mind is when the commission goes back to open meetings, which hopefully will be relatively soon. When you decide to do that, what we need to have in place in terms of a space that is adequate for you.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar, that leads me to kind of do a straw poll about how commissioners feel about going back to in-person meetings. I know I personally feel that we should do that as soon as possible. I'm not sure how other commissioners feel about that. So let's
what did you say, Steve? Did you say you do feel we should do it as soon as possible, or you
Yes,
don't?
I do.
Going back in person to have the meetings, yes.
Yes.
Yeah. I guess I generally agree. The only thing is, if we're no longer on Zoom, I hope the sound system is as good as it is on Zoom. For me personally, you know, with my hearing problem, I was delighted once I got onto Zoom and I could hear, and it must seem funny because I keep asking people to repeat, but it's much more audible for me. But, you know, I miss seeing everybody and I think it's good to be back together. So.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar?
Mr. Chairman, I'm just wondering, what are the public officials doing around the state? Are they meeting in public? Are we following the trend, or is there an order that's still being upheld? I need some clarification.
Mr. Chairman, I think I can help provide a little bit of information on that question. I'm sure as the commission knows, the public health order that has been in place now for a little over a year and a half, as I understand it, is set to expire on July 1st. We received I'll put it this way, the State Personnel Office has provided some guidance and direction to all state agencies in terms of reopening, what schedules will be available to staff in terms of in-person work schedules, continued telecommuting schedules, hybrid schedules. We're in the process of reviewing that right now, making sure that it fits our needs. We may want to make some modifications to what the State Personnel Office has put out. But that's a long way of saying, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners and Commissioner Vicente Aguilar, that state agencies will begin reopening on July 19th to the public. I do know that a number of public bodies, including the Legislative Finance Committee meeting, have begun, or Legislative Finance Committee have begun meeting in person. The LFC is actually meeting in person today in Ruidoso. The other interim committees are scheduled to return to in-person meetings starting in July. So I think, you know, we're probably going to be a little bit behind that curve through no fault of our own because the building is not ready and we don't have a space yet for the commission to start holding in-person meetings. But I do think if we start having those in August or September, that will probably be a reasonable time frame for us to consider if that is the commission's wish.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, go ahead.
Chief of Staff, we're going to follow your guidance. You have a sense of what's going on in Santa Fe area. So we will follow your guidance. We will wait till August or September. Whenever you're ready, you call us back to Santa Fe. Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
You know, since Wayne raised the issue of the public health order, and it seems that there may not be another extension, and that the public health order as we know them will expire on July 1. I'm wondering if our active order regarding a moratorium on disconnections for investor-owned utilities, if that needs to be amended to reflect that. And well, it hasn't happened yet, but I thought that we had a provision, we did account for the possibility of the public health order expiring prior to the expiration of the transition period, which I think was August 15th. Judy, I think you were the primary author. Are we covered, I think, in the event that the public health order expires prior to the expiration of the transition period? And I guess if that happens, then the moratorium on disconnections would essentially be voluntary on the part of the IOUs.
You know, Commissioner Maestas and members of the commission, my recollection is the same recollection as yours, Commissioner Maestas, which is that our authority to do the temporary moratorium is tied to the governor's order, so that it is mandatory until the expiration of all the governor's health orders. And then it would be voluntary after that. And I mean, we can bring this back for discussion for next week, and I can review all of it, and we can have a further discussion on it, and maybe a potential revising order, making that clear.
Yeah, I think that's a great idea, Judy. I'd support that.
Okay, I'll do that.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. I think we're ready now for communications. Thank you, Wayne. And thank you for that update and being aware of how all the other agencies are dealing with this issue. Communications with General Counsel.
Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to remind you that I'm actually going to be out of the office for a couple of weeks. And in my place, Judy and Russell will have to fight for who has the honor of taking over at the open meeting. I'm sure Judy will definitely want to do it since she loves doing that duty so much. But I believe that we don't have a meeting on the 7th, so somebody will be taking my place on the 30th and the 14th. So I just wanted to remind you of that. And I do not know if anybody else in my office has anything else that they would like to bring up. Is there speak now? No. Okay. So that's it from us.
Okay. Thank you, Michael. Any questions from commissioners? Okay, we're on to communications with commissioners. Any thoughts, comments? Commissioner
Chair?
I think Commissioner Brissette first, Commissioner Byrd second.
Mr. Chairman, we are at the midpoint of our current year, and thank you so much for leading the commission. We don't know everything. Yes, we make mistakes, but there's always room for improvement. So all in all, I think your leadership has displayed ways to come to common ground. So thank you very much. Just expressing appreciation. Thank you.
No, I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Commissioner Byrd.
So first, CID sucks, but anyway, I want to take an opportunity to brag a little bit. Last week, Thursday, Logan Schools participated in the 1A state track meet. My son was in 3 relays. They took first in all 3 relays.
Wow.
The team as a whole took second in the state. So reserve champions, I guess. Of course, we had hoped for first place. They lost by 2 points in that. But the girls, they are the state track champions for this year.
Wow.
And it's like, I don't know, the third time in 6 years, maybe the fourth time in 6 years. So it's the standard for them. But you still got to give them credit. They're a great bunch of athletes. This week, tomorrow, in fact, well, yesterday, back up a minute, the boys baseball team was successful in their semifinals against Magdalena. And tomorrow they will be in Albuquerque for the state championship baseball game. It's my understanding this is the first time Logan has made it to the state finals as a baseball team. And of course, my son's playing on that. He's a junior. So I want to wish them well publicly and just brag on those boys a little bit. I want to thank the seniors for sticking with it. You know, they could have left when they graduated, but the senior boys and girls, you know, they signed on to fight for a team, and they're still with those teams. And I want to just send out an appreciation to those kids for doing that. So anyway, thanks for the time to let me brag on my kids. I will be out of pocket tomorrow. I'm driving the activity bus to Albuquerque, and I'm going to be watching the game that my son is playing in, and then driving those kids home. And so I might answer the phone during the game, but I cannot answer the phone while driving a school bus. I'm sure you all understand that. But anyway, thanks, Mr. Chair, for the time.
And may sweet victory join your family tomorrow. Other commissioner comments?
I just wanted to wish the team luck as well. It just sounds like you guys grow them right down there, that healthy outdoor living, and reminds me of my childhood myself, growing up in the country and going to a small school, and sports were huge, and it's a nice experience for kids. So good luck.
Just real quick on that, thank you, commissioners. On that issue of sports or big and small schools, the boys are the powerlifting champions, state champions this year. And that competition was between 1A, 2A, and 3A schools across the state. So they beat the bigger 3A schools in the powerlifting. Of course, my son was a part of that as well, but he's built like his daddy. Hopefully he doesn't get fat like his daddy. Thank you.
Well, you know, athletically, I think we're all looking for ways now to tap into your community's gene pool. So next week, I'm going to put it on the agenda that you're going to make a recommendation to us about that. Commissioner Maestas.
That was not for the
You stay
minutes.
away.
Anyway, yeah, kudos to all those good athletes. I just had a few things, Mr. Chairman. I really would like us to release the order on case 21-00031 regarding the Greater Kudu case, just to assist the media in covering this by their deadline this afternoon.
Oh, good point.
Also, I really think that we should issue a press release that just summarizes the continuance order and our desire to see this project go through, provided it meets our conditions. So I've alerted Sarah to see if we can start working on that, but I do want us to get that order out to the media, because I know there's a lot of interest in that decision.
Anybody have an issue with that? I think it's a great idea.
I do, Mr. Chair, I think it's a very good idea too, especially with this particular customer. You know, it's just a statewide interest, and I think we should do it.
Commissioner Byrd and Commissioner Vicente Aguilar, I assume you're good with this, since I've heard no comment?
but
Okay,
it's very good.
go ahead, Commissioner.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to quickly announce too that the State Department of Finance and Administration heard the co-ops and utilities loud and clear regarding federal utility assistance. They want block payments, and the single customer application process has been a bottleneck. And I think that the state recognized that, and they have gone to the Department of Treasury and sought to streamline the process. And they've come up with an attestation that could significantly reduce the red tape regarding the application. DFA did meet with key representatives from all the investor-owned utilities. They essentially worked with my office in terms of getting a self-certification or attestation in lieu of documentation. And so there's now a direct dialogue between the IOUs and DFA. We have addressed the customer data confidentiality issue through OGC. And it seems that that will not be a barrier to having this streamlined attestation and have the customers fill it out. So I think that this could really help move the funds. And I think DFA also formally announced that if they can demonstrate that they can obligate a majority of the funds by the end of the federal fiscal year, that the state will get an extension. So if you recall, it was about 160 million in emergency rental and utility assistance, and I think there's another 55 million for homeowners. So I think this is a positive development, but we'll see how these discussions proceed. So I wanted to give the commission an update on that. And then lastly, I think we all, as the last of the elected commissioners in this PRC commissioners in the state's history, we want to leave this agency in a better state than we found it. And I met an advisor to the Arizona Corporation Commission in my NARUC rate school, and he mentioned that they use staff, technical staff, on a rotating basis, and they use them in this way. They set up an advisory team and a litigation team on each case. And I thought that could potentially be a way for us to better use our staff going forward. And I know Wayne is looking at ways to streamline our organizational structure. We can't hope that we're going to get additional resources for additional staff. And so I felt that if we look at our processes and scan the benefits of other state models, perhaps we can apply it here. So I'll be traveling to Arizona Sunday through Tuesday. I'll be meeting with all the division directors and the chair of the commission to talk about their model. I did ask Jonas to look into the differences between our ex parte rule and theirs. And theirs is a bit more liberal than ours regarding staff involvement. And so my hope is that I'll be providing a report hopefully next week on my brief visit to Arizona. And so I stand for any questions. I just think that this model could serve some application here in the state. I know that we're pursuing building a cadre of multidisciplinary subject matter experts on the advisory side within the OGC, but I mean, nothing's happened since 2017. And so I really felt like maybe we should look at other models of operations and how best to use staff and more importantly, provide, I think, a greater extent of advisory resources to the commission. We have great assistance, but I do feel that we need more. And being restricted from communicating with technical staff because of our ex parte rule, I think might compromise the public interest. And so I don't know if anything's going to come of it. I'm going to keep my costs down. I'm going to be there only one full day, but I hope I can maybe bring back a report and see if there's things that perhaps we can apply here in our agency.
Mr. Chair.
Personally, I appreciate the initiative. And Commissioner Hall, your comments.
I just had a question. I definitely appreciate the initiative too. So you're saying they use their staff members who, for some period of time, might be involved in litigating to rotate so that they can serve an advisory role as well. Okay, that's interesting. That's really interesting. I think that was something that might have been done a long time ago. I don't know, but there's certainly, I think for the past period of time I've been here, I think we've been interpreting our ex parte rule a bit too strictly compared to how it was many years ago when I practiced as a staff attorney. And I think it's unfortunate. And I think if there's any way we can unlock, with some policy, the internal rules, unlock the resource at staff, I think we should, especially since we are not in a position to have the same amount of staff as a lot of other agencies at this point. So thank you very much for that.
And I did give Wayne a heads up. So I just want to make sure that I don't suggest anything that could be contrary to what he has in mind in terms of improving the way our agency is structured organizationally and the way we operate. So he is aware of it. And obviously he's going to be a part of the debrief when I get back.
Okay, any other comments from commissioners?
Mr. Chair.
Okay, Commissioner Byrd.
Just a quick question for Commissioner Maestas. Have you met Leah Peterson yet?
I have not.
Okay, she's a commissioner there. Try to make connection with her. Her family's from New Mexico, from the Las Vegas area. And anyway, I just wanted to pass that on. She has ties to New Mexico as well, and a fondness for New Mexico as we do.
Maybe I'll take some red chili.
Green.
Mr. Chairman.
There you are. The divide between the cultures. We just saw it right there, the red and the green.
That's it.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
What Commissioner Byrd is referring to is she was born in Las Vegas, New Mexico, and her family moved to Arizona or California. I can't remember, but we did meet her. So, Commissioner Maestas, maybe you can try to contact her, Leah Peterson.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
And Mr. Chairman, I'm wondering what's going on. First, it was his birthday for Commissioner Byrd. Now he has championship games. What's going on?
He's going to claim that he had a championship birthday now. Anyway, thank you, commissioners. I think I'm all talked out. And if you guys are too, then we'll adjourn. Thanks, everybody.
Bye. Thank you.
Yeah. Good job, everyone.
See you guys.